of the different colors on the bay with the clouds and sun mixing in on a beautiful Sunday morning. It's almost about 12 noon there, actually, so right into that midday hour. But no fog, very clear, and that drone is, about at its range, I'm sure, in height and distance from the launch point there. So getting that expanded view, and without that sometimes typical San Francisco fog,
Right.
kind of making it a very clear day, perfect day for this Hokulea to arrive in San Francisco and for us to bring it to you live from all these different camera angles and amazing shots. And I think, we talked about the many stops on this particular voyage, and maybe some of the difference of the previous voyage, the Malama Honua, circumnavigating the globe, was more of, I know there was a emphasis, as always, on connecting cultures, but there were long legs between, I feel like, this, just in the Pacific, I think, the Hokulea has a lot to teach while it's at sea, but it's only for those people on board. When you really, to spread the knowledge and the mana'o, as you said, the connection happens in port.
Right.
So the many stops on this particular voyage enable it to connect with that many more cultures.
Right. And Hokulea has that mana, right? That kind of energy,
That
and that
presence, man.
spiritual
Yeah.
presence. And when you have an interaction with Hokulea, it leaves a mark on you.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, for example, who when she was younger, she lived in American Samoa,
Okay.
and she was about 10 years old. And just from seeing Hokulea in Pago Pago Harbor in Samoa, and it left a mark on her to the point where she's always wanted our son, and now he's involved to be a part of something like that. And so when you're engaged in an interaction with people on shore, Hokulea has that power to leave a mark with you.
Where is your son now today, speaking? Like, is he
he's-
home with you
he's-
guys, or
he
is he?
is, he's been sailing actually with Wanana Paua, which is a double hull canoe in
Yep.
Haleiwa.
Yep.
And so grateful
With
for
Kamaki
them.
and the crew.
Correct. And so he's been doing some training there. He's also been in the Polynesian Cultural Center, where there's they have a couple of canoes.
Can we call him to come right now and step in still for a little bit? That'll be awesome. But
So
anyways,
yeah.
he's 25. They're about as busy.
So he's probably maybe in church right now.
Yeah.
But we certainly are grateful to the voyaging community, right? So Hokulea is one canoe, but there are multiple. It's turned into a community,
Yeah.
and this ohanawa'a, right?
Yeah.
So this family of canoe that work together, that celebrate together, that train together, and it's it's beautiful to see that culture of voyaging going. And again, as Hokulea interacts with more people and more ports, it has that ability to inspire. And as I mentioned earlier, the goal of this particular voyage is to inspire, and they have a goal of 10 million planetary navigators to inspire young people to want to take care of the ocean, to think of the earth and the land and the way that we interact with it, and to be committed to taking care of this island earth that we call home. So 43 nautical miles is 43,000. 43,000 nautical miles is the plan for this journey of Moana Nui Akea, which is even longer than the Malama Honua voyage. So, which is interesting because you'd think, well, circumnavigating the globe would take up more, but because the Moana Nui, or the Pacific Ocean, is the largest geographical feature on Earth, larger than any continent.
Correct.
That it, by just circling that expanse, is longer than going around the world.
The entire globe.
Right.
That's an amazing statistic.
Right. So this is just the initial phases to go along the western Pacific Northwest, and then down through California, then down through Mexico and South America. And then eventually from South America, that's when they make the big voyage into the ocean, where the Moana Nui, from getting away from the continental land trips, but and they'll go to Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui, otherwise known as Easter Island,
Yep.
made famous by the moai, or the large
Yeah, the
statues.
statues.
And Hokulea's been there before, but anyway, so that's when they start to go into the open ocean.
Yeah, after departing from South America,
Right.
yeah, they'll cross a vast portion.
And then make their way into, Tahiti, and out to the other islands of South Pacific, to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and over to toward Indonesia and Micronesia, and out into Asia and Japan. And so it's a big circle, and then from Japan come straight across back over to California, and then make their way home to Hawaii. So 43,000 nautical miles. It's a 47-month-long circumnavigation of the Pacific tour, 36 countries and archipelagos, nearly 100 indigenous territories, more than 300 ports, and it'll require 400 crew members from over 18 countries.
Wow.
So it's a lot of people involved, and they're looking to bring in people like not just from Hawaii to be part of the crew. So if you are interested in being a part of this, I'd say it's a good time, because they're going to need lots of people. So get engaged, and so it's exciting times.
Yeah, the Hokulea.com website is a great resource to be up to the minute of the happenings of Hokulea. And we're going to come back after short, brief messages. We'll be taking a break, so we'll see you on the other side. Stay with us.
Aloha.
Kamehameha Schools champions every Hawaiian learner to explore their potential, to lead our lahui and inspire the world. Hanai ike keiki ola ka lahui. Nurture the child, and the lahui thrives.
From a distance, you don't really notice, but once you really start sorting the sand, you realize, wow, there is actually a lot of plastic in here. There's definitely a need for us to clean the beaches. Sometimes you need a huge army of people to make an impact. Although we might not see the direct benefit of it, hopefully future generations will, and we have to start somewhere.
Welcome back. There is the Hokule'a sailing into San Francisco Bay. Has already passed through and under the Golden Gate Bridge. Has passed by Alcatraz, escorted by several different Hawaiian outrigger or Polynesian outrigger canoe vessels. Some teams, some crews, some one-man, one-person vessels as well, and various San Francisco sailboats and vessels of different kinds, stopping to say how's it, say aloha to the Hokule'a. Rocky Cannon here with Isaiah Walker from the KHON studios courtesy of Salt and Air Broadcasting. And look at those one-person canoes drafting the little wake they can get off of the Hokulea.
Yeah, borrowing the mana from the canoe.
You said the canoe has mana. We're seeing it literally right there, giving some boost to those one-man vessels. And mahalo to the San Francisco Fire Department and part of their firefighting team that takes care of any ocean fire disasters on board boats and different vessels. Their tribute with all cannons firing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like a firework
Yeah.
from the ocean.
Little mobile
Celebrating.
fountain.
Mobile fountain. Yeah, beautiful. Hokulea, we're talking about, it's a 62-foot double hull canoe known as a Kaulua, and lashed together with rope. And there's a lot of work that goes into all the lashing.
Yeah,
Learned
there's
that
no
recently.
rivets, no nails, no modern metals to fasten it. It's all traditional style.
Right, you can see it's so you have what's called the yako that connect the two hulls of the canoe, and then you have the deck on top of there, of course.
Yep.
See how it sits pretty high in the water. Here we have Captain Nainoa Thompson, a pole navigator. Pole navigator is a designated term, a title,
Okay.
a master navigator, and that honor was given to a handful of Hawaiians, including Nainoa Thompson, by Master Navigator Mau Pialug from Saddlewall Islands. In fact, there was one of the voyages in the early 2000s was to take a gift to Mau, and that gift was a double hull Hawaiian voyaging canoe, and that canoe was called Maisu, and they brought with them this canoe to Saddlewall, and it is there in Saddlewall that we had a ceremony where master navigators were honored as pole navigators by Master Navigator Mau Pialug. You see Kalani Kahaleumi right there. Good friend of mine. Grew up with him in Hilo, and he still runs a program out of Keaukaha in a canoe called Kiakahi, and Kiakahi is his double hull canoe. It's a smaller canoe. We have a lot of smaller training canoes. So oftentimes the smaller canoes would be something that you teach how to sail on it. They're maybe a little too small to do deep sea voyages,
Right.
but nonetheless we have a few of them as well.
Kind of working prototypes to practice. Yeah.
On my side, the island Kanehunamoku has one of these smaller canoes. I was mentioning earlier, my son just was working with a smaller canoe that they just built in Laie to help train with the double hull canoe in Laie called Iosepa, which is a wooden canoe similar to Hawaii Loa. So although Hokulea is built and designed in traditional style, the hulls themselves on Hokulea, as with most of the canoes, are made out of fiberglass, and which makes it lighter and able to sit on the water. But there are some canoes that are used today that are made of wood. Iosepa is one of them, and also, of course, Hawaii Loa. As you can imagine, the wooden canoes are a little more challenging to maintain.
For sure.
Because wood is alive and rots, and you
Yeah.
got to make sure that you're taking good care of it and malamaing it. But again, the first and second leg of this tour was to honor, to mahalo the Alaskan tribes for donating the first logs to Hawaii Loa for the Polynesian Voyaging Society that built that wooden canoe. And so, but Hokulea is the hulls themselves are made from fiberglass, and but nonetheless, the design and its features and the navigation is made with is from all tradition.
Yeah. Another great shot of some of the local heroes of the San Francisco area, the fire department. I want to thank all of our firefighters throughout our state of Hawaii, and also the area that Hokulea is traveling to at the moment. And we'll be hearing or seeing some of the native cultural tribe members that will be welcoming and permitting, giving permission to Hokulea to enter the area from the Ramaitush Ohlone tribe. And great to see that interaction and the reconnection of anywhere the Hokulea travels to. They make sure to engage, ask permission.
Hawaiians in the islands at that time, and just what it showed was like a reverence to the navigators and how amazing that thousands of years before Westerners were embarking into the Pacific, that this people of Pacific Island peoples were already going on multiple trips back and forth here and there. And it's cool that we're seeing the Hokulea. We've mentioned that it's been to San Francisco before. It's been a few years.
Yeah.
Although Hikianalia, the sister canoe of Hokulea, was in San Francisco in 2018.
Right.
But just I love that because it reminds us of the exchange, the back and forth. It wasn't like there was just one trip.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's multiple trips, voyages, and we're celebrating this particular voyage of Moana Nui Akea. And I love that it's Hokulea is here at port and now about to have an exchange with our indigenous peoples here of San Francisco.
Yeah, the Ramaitush Oloni. And we're going to take a short break to show you a little piece of the native folks that were on the previous leg up in Sausalito, I believe the Miwok tribe. So we're going to take a look at that right now.
So this is what the models think should be happening up in the jet stream at current time. We're here. This is Juneau right here, just for point of reference. So the trip is going to go through Southern Lynn, down into Ancun. Ancun's right here, and then Petersburg is here, then Wrangell, and then Ketchikan's down here. So for this afternoon, we're looking at widespread 20 to 25 knots. With those, you'll typically see seas around 5 foot, anywhere 4 to 5 foot seas through the inner channels. But the good thing is that will be diminishing through tonight. So this is tonight. By midnight, we're looking at winds around 15 knots out of the south, seas 2 to 3 foot.
How confident are you on the timing?
Fairly confident. At this close in time, we really have the forecast catered in. For this scenario in particular, our confidence is pretty high.
We're honored to be here this evening to see you all. We know we all come from different lands, and for that reason, it's exciting to see all of us stand here as one people, with respect, with love, and care for one another.
One of the elders said, "I'm so grateful that you came. I'm so grateful that Hokulea came, because you're bringing our culture back to life. You're making our youngsters want to know more about their culture. You're making our families come back together. If we continue to do that and learn and grow and continue to shed light on indigenous knowledge and on culture, I think that's the positive things, because we're going to start seeing these positive effects that start happening."
Moana Nui Akea is an incredibly powerful reminder and manifestation of our ancestors' vision of being good relatives, being good to each other, taking care of each other, making progress for the next 10,000 years and the 10,000 years after that.
Well, we are back live. There's Kaiwi strumming the ukulele as a welcoming circle into San Francisco Bay, into Aquatic Park. It is taking place live right now. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. And there is the current crew that brought the Hokulea into San Francisco Bay under the Golden Gate Bridge, passing Alcatraz into Aquatic Park.
Yeah, so part of that crew, we have 9. Yo, maybe we can hear some audio.
For you, Maui.
Awesome, yeah. So part of this crew, of course, Nainoa Thompson, Mark Ellis, who we saw in the video earlier, Lehua Kamalu, Kelly Takenaga, Kaiwi, as we saw earlier, Hamakua Makue, Nikki Kamalu, Shoko Ogata, Aina Paikai, Lucy Lee, and Kalani Kahaleomi, and others. And there's some special guests, as we mentioned earlier. Sylvia Earle, her deepness, 7,000 hours underwater, National Geographic residence, explorer in residence. And then we also have some guests from the, as you mentioned earlier, Rocky, from the Miwok tribe. But we're about to, meet up with the Ramatush Ohlone tribe.
Yeah. That's the tribe native to the San Francisco Peninsula and that Bay Area. As I said earlier, it's so fascinating to, already, even just during this, the Hokulea has taught me and probably a lot of you listening of a tribe you've never heard of.
Of course, there's others. We have Kelly Takenaga, Lehua Kamalu, and Nikki Kamalu. Matt Tong, I believe, is also on there. Bruce Brankenfield and Momi Bean were on the escort boat. So there's a lot of help and a lot of work that goes into each of these legs. This is leg number 7 of the Whananui-a-Kea Voyage, and it started with leg 1 and 2 in Juneau and Yakutat in Alaska. They made their way down through Alaska and then over to Vancouver, and then to Seattle, Tacoma, Portland, and then down into California.
Yeah, there's a smaller, more racing paddling version of a Vakaulua, double hull canoe there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. So 2 6-person canoes connected, or 2 hulls connected. And then getting some shots of the pier right there, the barrier that keeps that part of the bay nice and calm. And some more modern sailors cruising by.
And the bird crowd here.
Yeah, the pelicans have even come to welcome the Hokulea.
Now, birds are important to wayfinding.
Absolutely.
Because the birds, depending on the type of bird, there's birds that are shore birds that are closer to shore, and then there's birds that take certain routes on pattern. Then there you have like the Hokulea, for example, that goes from Alaska to Hawaii and also down into the South Pacific.
Yeah.
So navigators, master navigators, would use birds and waves and currents and, of course, the sun, stars, and there's so much that goes into the art of navigating. We're so blessed that that knowledge has been shared and passed on from Maupialug and others to, of course, our master navigators who we're honoring, that are here today in San Francisco on this beautiful Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think San Francisco gets much prettier and more clear than this. I mean, we always hear about the different types of fog that make it in there, and some of the, cloud cover that can make it a little dreary looking at times. It is just bright and sunny. I mean, almost looks like a day in Hawaii right now.
Somebody's swimming right there. That's gotta be cold.
Yeah.
No
so
wetsuit, nothing.
just getting in to refresh, and like I said, man, this looks, I mean, Hokulea brought the Hawaiian weather
Yeah,
to San
it did.
Francisco.
Beautiful. You know, the double hull, the Va'akaulua, something that speaks to Hawaiian ingenuity and Pacific Island ingenuity is, you know, this double hull concept is one that it's one of the superior designs in boat design.
Right.
Even today, in some of the fastest vessels, they, you know, catamaran style is basically borrowed from the Pacific Island vessel of double hull canoes.
Yeah, the twin V design, the catamaran design, really, you know, has a way of cutting through some of that open ocean for a bit of a smoother, maybe more efficient ride. So that design and concept has now, you know, worked its way into everyday modern boat design.
Right. We were talking earlier about, you know, history with Captain Cook, 1979, when he was in Kealakekua Bay in Kona. One of the things that started the scuffle was one of the dinghies from his boat, from the larger ship, was stolen. And something that speaks to the way that Hawaiians saw their design compared to the skiff that they took. When they brought it to shore, they smashed it into pieces, and it wasn't like they're, you know, do you know any idea why they would do that, Rocky?
To use the wood?
Close. It wasn't to use the wood. They had wood. It was something else that they didn't have that boat was holding.
The nails.
The nails, and these were large nails, not the small kind you get at Ace Hardware today.
Right.
But the metal, because the metal was valuable, and so, but for a Hawaiian person, the canoe was way more efficient.
Right. They didn't steal the boat to have a new boat.
Yeah. They're like, this boat is slow and it's
Yeah.
clunky, and our canoes are much faster and easier to steer. So anyway, so it's cool that we're still, I mean, we're, you know, in 2023, and yet the design of the Hawaiian and Pacific canoe is still something that is highly prized and utilized today in races, for leisure, and for voyaging. So speaks to the ingenuity of this tradition of seafaring vessels from the Pacific.
That early design still holding true.
Right.
You know, even in, you know, the modern racing canoes, you know, the ones that you see here on Oahu with all the clubs and different crews that have their canoe. It is still, and I have a four-man canoe myself out on the North Shore, and are able to take folks that are staying at Turtle Bay or coming out there to do some tours in Kawela Bay and teach, you know, what I know about in the ocean and the canoe. But one of my go-to references while we are learning, I do a little bit of a pre-introduction to Hawaiian culture before we get on the canoe. We have a cool little gallery in the lower lobby that we use at Turtle Bay to teach with, you know, the old, that classic painting of the Ahupua'a.
Right.
And then there's a little picture of a canoe, you know, and I tell the folks, we're going to get a canoe that looks a lot like that. You know, it's the design.
Not much has
and
changed.
The curves and everything have not changed for thousands of years. Of course, the material has changed a little bit. But when we're on Kawela Bay paddling, I call it, we're now in our little Hawaiian time machine.
There you go.
So traveling and traversing this bay the same way Hawaiians did thousands of years ago. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the Hokule'a in San Francisco. Stay with us.
Kamehameha Schools champions every Hawaiian learner to explore their potential to lead our lahui and inspire the world. Hanai ike keiki ola ka lahui. Nurture the child and the lahui thrives.
being out in nature, whether it's on the beaches or on the trails, is just a key part of what we do in Hawaii. Part of the importance for me of getting out and educating people on how to hike safely is to give them the confidence to get out and do their own hikes, see their own things, and know that they're going to be safe doing it so they can have a really great time. Giving back to the community is something that was just instilled with me since I was a little kid. It just is something you do.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the Hokule'a arrival into San Francisco Bay. That is aquatic park there with a beautiful scene of the city in the background. The Bay Bridge way back there. The Hokulea has already passed under and through the Golden Gate Bridge. Rocky Cannon along with Isaiah Walker bringing you this special event live coverage. Salt and Air Studios in the KHON studios here in Honolulu, bringing you live coverage from the drone. Isaiah, pretty iconic, cool scene we got going on.
Oh, and you mentioned earlier, Rocky, that it looked like Hokulea brought Hawaii's weather with them to San Francisco. And I agree. Look how beautiful the colors. You get the blue,
Right.
the water, the green on the grass. Even the sand looks like a pretty nice white sand beach for us.
Yeah.
Blue skies, mountains in the background.
On a white sandy beach of San Francisco.
Get a combination of historic vessels here, from Hawaiian canoes to some older Western vessels, to people on stand-up paddles, and swimmers and double hull canoes and one-mans and six-mans. So it's a pretty exciting morning there over in San Francisco.
Yeah, and to see the Polynesian presence, in a place like San Francisco. We've mentioned the history of how this part of the world connects with Hawaii, going back to the Jonah Kuhio and David and Edward and their visit to San Francisco and Santa Cruz area way back when, and King Kalakaua and his visit there and eventual passing there. There's so much cultural connection, but to see it on display here in 2023 is pretty amazing. And you hear, oh yeah, my friend live over there, my friend goes there, but then you see this is, almost a lot of the Hawaiians from the area converging in at one point.
Right. They're probably stoked they want to eat good food
Yeah,
today.
it's just great to see all your fellow Hawaiians and fellow Polynesians that are gathering, and probably they've all got their different things going on and have busy lives, I'm sure, like we all do these days, but to have such a cool event and special arrival to unite everybody in the area from the same heritage is pretty awesome.
Now, it looks like we have a canoe landing on shore here. I'm not sure if that's our crew folks from Hokulea, but we'll get that to you shortly. But
yeah, another cool Va'akaulua double hull canoe with that beautiful teal color that has made its way to the beach now.
Oh.
Could be the crew that has landed. Okay.
All right. Yep.
So prior to its arrival here in San Francisco, the Hokule'a made its journey down that Pacific Northwest coast, and in particular to Seattle. We have a piece to show you right now of that particular stop.
Walking into this room today, I had no idea how much spirit is in here, how much mana is in here, how much power is in this room. You will be the ones that will help humanity, because fundamentally, yes, they need your story, but what humanity needs, it needs your strength. Hokulea needs your strength. We need your strength. I am not asking, I'm begging. Be with us. Let us take your stories. Let us take your home and show the world another way. But more importantly, show the light and strengthen the most incredible human movement of human history ever to restore our only island that we have, and we call it Earth. On behalf of Hokulea, I can find the strength too, just to say, we love you all. Mahalo.
Our job is to connect on the assumption that we are from one family and we share the same values and the same responsibility for the future security of our children. And so I think it's all about timing, and I think the timing's right. I don't know what's the outcome's going to be in 47 months. But I do know the outcomes would be in 47 months. Nothing if we didn't go.
I think this is more of an introspective and deeper kind of fabric of the Pacific, knowing that we are all very closely related in not only cultural practice, but in the way that we take care of our resources and survive off of them, and how we come from these resources. Like, these places are our ancestors, the canoes are our ancestors, this is our genealogy.
We start here, and we just keep connecting. We keep connecting, and what we need to do is go from here and just keep building that larger family, and do it generationally. And our gift would be to share the world, share the family, share the earth with young people, inspire them, and get them the tools to create the change we seek that we couldn't achieve.
We are back live in San Francisco watching the Hokule'a arrive to the San Francisco Bay. That's aquatic park where the official welcoming and greeting is taking place. The Ramaytush Ohlone tribe of that San Francisco Peninsula. I know some of you may have never heard of that tribe before, including myself before being invited to bring you this broadcast. I'm Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. You may have seen us before on several surfing broadcasts, but we're doing our first sailing broadcast.
It's exciting. Yeah, and with we mentioned earlier that, and you saw in some of the pieces that we've been showing you, the mission or the purpose of this voyage is beyond just, you know, promoting the sailing of traditional navigating and voyaging. At this point, this mission is to bring people together, particularly along here with the indigenous tribes, indigenous groups, to have a cultural exchange. And the purpose is to ignite a movement of 10 million planetary navigators who will pursue critical and inspiring voyages to ensure a better future for all of the Earth and for all of us. So I love that they've expanded their mission to not just be about traditional navigating,
right,
but having people to navigate the Earth and in ways that occupy traditional perspectives and mindsets. You know, a lot of indigenous peoples, if you look at their cultures, a lot of it's based on this relationship to Aina, or to land, and to the earth, and to the ocean. You know, because in pre-modern times, humans, you know, relied on the natural world,
right,
directly and regularly, of course, and we do too. But I think in you know, in many of modern society today, that we often have forgot those connections, or that we don't have as a much of a relationship with the land as we could. And so here we have you know, these exchanges, these cultural exchanges, where we're reminding each other and the entire world the importance of malama, to care for, to take care of the ocean, the land, and the earth as a resource, not just as a resource, but as a, you know, as a part of our experience, our human experience, as you know, as a family member itself to us, and to care for it. And I love that Hokulea is taking on that mission, because you know, we could be better stewards of our island Earth.
Definitely. You know, we all came from, you know, a human ancestry that had that very special and deep connection with our resources. And then I believe, you know, humans may have got a little bit ahead of themselves. You know, in the, you know, I always marvel as we look at the buildings in the background. You think of, you know, the urban meets natural right here in this coastal area of, you know, the amazing accomplishments of human engineering, you know, from way back of the Egyptian pyramids to modern structures that are just so big and so complicated. The Golden Gate Bridge, an engineering marvel that Hokulea has passed under. But with all of that marvel and all of that, you know, amazing accomplishment, you know, there's a byproduct, or there's two sides of that, you know. And then, you know, all the waste, all of the stuff that is generated, you know, to make some of the materials. We're, you know, just now learning or realizing that, hey, there's a lot of that has negatively affected the natural environment around these things. So we need to do a lot better in the awareness and the consciousness of what we're doing and making and building and producing in the way that is going to affect the things around us. So just becoming like a reconnection back to our original human ancestors who were very in tune with the natural resources. I'm marveling at the lap swimmers in this cold water. Like, man, they are dedicated swimmers. I gotta, you know, give much respect to them.
So we're looking at here now is we're unloading or offloading the crew of Hokulea, and I think they've taken a few different trips to get everyone to shore. and then we'll have a exchange of cultural protocols, and in a lot of indigenous communities, the initial exchange of protocol is very important to the human interaction. In Hawaii, for example, you'd start with what's called an oli kahea. It's basically a chant of introducing oneself and why you're there and the purpose of your trip. And then in exchange, usually the group that is hosting you will give a sort of exchange, and oftentimes there's exchange not only of oration, oratory, like of speeches and so forth, but also sometimes of song and of dance, and then of physical exchange, often gift giving, and I think probably what we're going to be seeing here right now, exchange of knowledge, but also exchange of gifts that have significance to remember the experience by.
Yeah, and the collection of Hawaiian and Polynesian vessels in the area here is just really cool to see. And you see a Hawaiian flag there on the steps where the seating area and bleachers are there, and this is really uniting all of the Polynesians that live in the area or that happen to be passing through or visiting the area. They hear of this arrival of the Hokule'a. What a special thing to have everybody of Polynesian culture and heritage be able to come together and to also share and interact with folks that are not Polynesian but would like to either learn or experience more about it, and can come on a day like this here in San Francisco and see Hawaiian and Polynesian culture on full display.
That's what I love about Hokulea, as it's evolved over the years. It's in 2 more years it'll make its 50th birthday of the canoe Hokulea. But it's also evolved in its mission. I think it was important. It first established itself and its roots in Hawaii, and for Hokulea being kind of a vessel for empowering Hawaiian identity. But then as time went on, it expanded into the Pacific, where it shared a kind of a pan-Pacific identity, inspiring other communities in the Pacific to also embrace their cultural heritage. But now it's gone even beyond that, right? So it's no longer just focused in Polynesia or in the Moana Nui Ake in the Pacific, but with these worldwide tours and voyages, that it's inclusive of everyone.
Yeah, look at that crowd now that is starting to assemble and all together welcome the Hokulea and the crew into San Francisco. And prior to this, they were in Sausalito, so just kind of making their way down that western seaboard.
Now, you see a lot of individuals standing, even those in the bleachers standing. It doesn't just mean that they can't see, but in Hawaiian protocol, when you do oli, there is a proper way of doing it, and you stand with your hands to your side, sign of respect. And so I believe what we're seeing here right now is we're having the oli kahea, this exchange of protocol here on the sand.
Yeah, that's the Hokulea crew nearest the shoreline, standing in a line there, parallel to the shoreline, facing out to the welcoming host.
Right.
And the Hokulea moored there to the right side of your screen, and it will remain there for the next 5 days as the crew interacts with all of the folks that are there to welcome them. And I believe one of the events that will be occurring tomorrow night is an evening with Nainoa Thompson there in San Francisco. So if you are going to be in the area, or if you're watching from the surrounding area, you could get onto the Hokulea.com website and see the schedule, what it's going to look like the next few days while the crew is in San Francisco, and before they depart in and around the 29th. We always kind of, the sailing dates and arrival times are with the little parentheses ish
Yeah,
in behind, because
contingent upon
yeah.
weather.
So always related to travel time, the weather, ocean conditions, but they'll be there until about the 29th before they set sail down to Half Moon Bay, then continuing down to Monterey and Morro Bay to Ventura, California. That'll complete the next leg. I believe this is the last part of leg 7 here in San Francisco. So before they could move on to leg 8, they'll be remaining in San Francisco for the next 4 or 5 days.
So again, this is the 15th major voyage, and last was Malama Honua, where they circumnavigated the globe. And this one is Moana Nui Akea is centered in the Pacific. So they'll be circling the Pacific, and they started in Alaska, made their way down now, as we see here in San Francisco. It's a total of 43,000 nautical miles when they're done with this. It'll take them about 4 years, 47 months.
Yeah, so they're going about 10,000 nautical miles per year.
And 36 countries and archipelagos, nearly 100 indigenous territories visited. So it's a lot of exchange. And it's interesting, I mentioned earlier, in a lot of these exchanges, you get an exchange of gift giving. I mentioned earlier my oldest son was part of leg number 2.
Yeah.
He brought home so many cool things from the exchange. Items of clothing, salted salmon, furs, and carvings, and a variety of things. And it's really cool to see the similarities, and I think that's another blessing of these kind of cultural exchanges, that you get to learn there's a lot of similarities between different cultures, and you get to share in those similarities.
Yeah, so, and I think the uniting factor, obviously, of between here in Alaska and the portion of the leg that Kahia was involved with is, we're all connected to the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
And so you see that coastal community, maybe some different animals, they've got, wolves and moose and things like that. We'd have like pigs and chickens, but, the way, interacting with not only the natural, earth and ocean resources, but the animals as well.
Right. Another exciting thing about these voyages is that it opens up the traditional Pacific mindset of the ocean as a highway, not as a barrier.
Right.
There's a Tongan scholar named Epele Hauofa, passed away a couple of years ago, but he really, theorized and made an important distinction between the concept of the ocean as a highway, and that is a very Pacific perspective. Whereas for some who see the land as their area, they may explain like they have feelings of island fever.
Right.
And that concept of island fever comes from the notion that the ocean is sort of a void.
Yeah, it's a barrier.
A divide, a barrier,
it's
something
a wall
that you're afraid of, right? And whereas this tradition of Pacific navigating and voyaging confirms that traditionally the ocean connected communities and it connected people, and Hokulea is testament to that. Today, it also is testament to that from when its inception in 1975, 1976. So I love that we're restoring not only communities, but also perspective. We're restoring an ancient perspective of the ocean as being a place that connects people rather than isolates people. And so we're seeing that here today, bringing that together. Of course, we're talking about navigating, but you and I, Rocky, are also surfers.
Yeah.
And it's really cool how that story connects people today. We're seeing surfboards on the beach today, a Hawaiian invention. When my son was in Alaska, him and his uncle Kalani got a chance to go surfing there.
Oh, wow.
Very cold. I don't know how they handled that, but just the reminder that the ocean is a place where exchange and cultural exchange can be accelerated, can be connected.
Yep.
In essence, when you're in this water here, it connects you to your home.
Yeah,
to Hawaii.
you're basically touching Hawaii.
Right.
through being in the same ocean. And yeah, it facilitates a lot of connection. And to know that Polynesians had been setting sail and voyaging, and it was really an amazing story you brought up of Captain Cook having a Tahitian on board, having him already had traveled through that region and then came up to Hawaii and was so surprised at the similarities in language and probably visually, like, hey, this looks like the Tahitian. I just what am I back at Tahiti? Did I do a full circle? He's probably tripping out. But with the Hokulea crew now being continued to be welcomed to San Francisco, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more coverage of the arrival of Hokulea to San Francisco. We'll be right back.
Kamehameha Schools champions every Hawaiian learner to explore their potential to lead our lahui and inspire the world. Hanai ike keiki ola ka lahui. Nurture the child and the lahui thrives.
We love where we live. Knowing that there's an endangered species literally in your backyard that you get to see it's pretty fantastic. They need their space. What can we do to protect it so that you can someday show your son or daughter a Hawaiian monk seal on the same very beach? That's what I want to be able to do.
All right, and welcome back. That is a live shot of San Francisco as it is right now, just past 1 p.m., 10:12 here, Hawaii Standard Time. Rocky Cannon and Isaiah Walker bringing you some live coverage of the Hokule'a arrival into San Francisco. And the crew on the beach now getting, they've, I believe, performed their Oli Kahea and kind of entrance and permission chant to be welcomed onto the beach, and could be now receiving the permission from the Ramaitush Ohlone tribe. That is the native tribe of the San Francisco area. And I've just learned that in the last few hours, so I'm really grateful. We talked about the Hokule'a and its purpose in connecting native cultures and also a reconnection mindset to taking care of the earth and our environment, and already proving its worth, at least in just one human being, myself, learning of a new tribe.
Right, yeah, and we, as they're getting established on the beach, I believe we're gonna be able to bring some coverage of that on the beach in a moment. They're still getting established there. But yeah, you're right, Rocky. Look at this contrast with Hokulea. It's really beautiful too, because it shows that modern and tradition can coexist. And I think that's the point of Hokulea, is to remind people that we can come with traditional mindsets, and especially ones that are interested in preserving and protecting and malamaing the ocean and the earth into the modern era. And so that's one thing I love about this the mission of this voyage of Moana Nui Akea is to inspire young people to find those future navigators who can navigate our world into the future in thoughtful, mindful, and in ways that we're working together to take care of this place. that
You
we
know,
live.
and I like the blending of some of our English and Hawaiian when they say malamaing. Like, it's
Malamaing.
so good because it means caring, you know. But it's more than a care. It's more than the English version word of care. It's a, you know, much more heartfelt and you know, from deep within the na'au, your opu, your guts, your insides of a deep caring is malamaing.
Yeah, so I mean, the purpose is to develop young leaders and engaging communities around the world, while also amplifying the vital importance of our oceans, of nature, of science, and indigenous wisdom. So, you know, I love that mission of it's not about abandoning the new and going completely back to the old. It's you know, it's about moving into the future while looking into the past, which is, of course, a Hawaiian proverb. And I think that's mindful that we look to the past as we're looking at Hokulea, a symbol of the past, but we're moving into the future in a way that we're trying to be responsible citizens.
And don't do it while you're driving. Don't drive while looking in your rearview mirror. That's difficult.
Unless you're driving a Tesla and it's driving for you.
I guess so. But that's a very, you know, genius concept when you think about it, because, you know, the Hawaiian teaching and the Hawaiian, a lot of the Hawaiian theme of our culture is staying connected to ancestral pasts and practices and traditions, but also, you know, being here in the present, and you know, the future, and looking forward and making sure that things are provided for while you're past and gone.
Right, kawa mamua, kawa mahope, the proverbs to move forward by looking into the past.
We're going to revisit some of the items here that we've shown right at the beginning of the broadcast, just in case for those of you joining us in the last few minutes here, or just previously, in case you missed the very beginning of our broadcast. We're going to show you here what we've got.
I believe the first language that our ancestors had to be fluent in was the ocean. Had to. Otherwise, you couldn't sail these canoes. Moananui-a-Kea, it's a place that we know our family is. The deep ancestral family, it's theirs. So with that, Moananui-a-Kea ultimately is our larger home. One that we need to understand, one that we need to protect. These miracles of these voyagers that started to discover all these islands, it's like the eighth wonder of the world. How did they do that so far back in time? There was two things of genius in Polynesia. Someone needed to build a vehicle, a spaceship of our ancestors that could sail far, when no other culture on the earth was sailing far. The other is you had the navigator to find a way to and from. The navigator needed to be able to see, it needed to be able to hear, it needed to be able to feel. Every day that navigator would maybe making 5,000 observations of a wave or a bird or a star. It would make 500 choices about trim, course, steering, and then it would make two decisions. At sunrise and sunset, in the color of light of dawn and dusk, it would make decisions about where are you on the earth. I think we are where we are on the planet today, where human beings are changing the earth. It is now turning around and changing us, and we don't know what to do because we disconnected. The greatest thing we need to do is become family of the earth again, family of nature. The greatest naturalist I ever met was my teacher, Maui, who transcends the observation of nature to what he calls the magic. It is about when the human existence becomes part of the family of nature, that you are nature. The thing about Mao, the day he was leaving, packing his bag, he sat me down and said, okay, Nainoa, I give you everything. And the ocean showed you everything, but it'll be 28 years before you'll see. If you want someone to know everything, send your son because you're too old. That's a crucial piece of cracking the code. And it's when we teach our children. When do you learn the connection? When do we learn verbal language? When do we learn the language of nature? And that's the language we need to immerse ourselves. We need to bring it back. We need schools of nature immersion globally. And that's why we're voyaging. To just getting general awareness to half the population of the earth, getting understanding to a quarter population of the earth, and getting the sense of values back to 1 billion people. And then going down the road from values, you need to reinstate respect. Then you need to reinstate care. And then from there, where values are now moving to action, that's when you need to help strengthen a community and a culture that's global, not based on race, but based on values. Hokulea takes us into the wild. The voyage itself will take about 400 crew members from, we're hoping, about 26 countries. Diversity and equity and access matters. That this is not just a Hawaiian voyage, this is a global voyage. We'll be at sea for about 450 days, and we'll be on land for 950 days. Every day is a story of ideas and people. Philosophically, the Moana Nui Akea is, we could say it's a circumnavigation of the Pacific. So in many ways, it doesn't have a start or an end. That this is really about a beginning of coming together and reclaiming our home, you know, our world. It's fighting for what's right.
It's the start of a voyage, a huge voyage, but it's also a reconnection with our cousins of the north. In 1995, Ho'iloa came up here, and those 2 trees that were cut down were from this area and created that bridge for us, you know. So now we're here again, and we're honoring Byron Malat, Judson Brown, and Ernie Hillman. Those are the 3 really crucial men that made that canoe happen for us and our Hawaiian people. They gave us the wood and gave us the trees from their forests, and really that's their children from the forest they gave us. Really amazing to see that we're alive and we're thriving. We're not just learned in a museum anymore. You know, we're a living culture, and this canoe is a testament to that. You know?
Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that initial piece of the Hokulea voyaging, beginning its Moana Nui Akea voyage in Alaska.
Right.
On board a Matson ship, getting craned up onto that container ship and kind of starting it there in Alaska. The first two legs covered much of the Alaska voyage.
Yeah, they were looking at Alcatraz, the island there. It used to be a prison, and anyway.
I've been there.
Really?
Did the tour. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
Just to get, onto the island. They have a little audio set that you walk through, and it's pretty engaging, I have to say. If you're in the area, I recommend being able to get out there and see it. And then we talked about the native reclaiming of Alcatraz.
Right, during the same time that Hokulea had its maiden voyages, and in the mid-70s, 1975, 76, and Alcatraz was a spot where the Native Americans went to make a statement, and by occupying the island and bringing awareness to the importance of indigenous rights and things, and had an impact on Hawaii.
Yeah.
A similar thing took place in 1976 with the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, who occupied the island of Kaho'olawe. And that time, 1976, big time of cultural renaissance in Hawaii, where the Hokulea canoe made its maiden voyage to Tahiti, and a lot of other things in the surfing world, the establishment of the Hui o He'enalu. And so it was a very vibrant year, 1976 in Hawaii, and it's interesting, these connections, that even the island of Alcatraz has somehow a link to our story here of Hawaii. And Hokulea itself, Hokulea, a double hull voyaging canoe, 62 feet in length. It is, the name Hokulea is named after a star called Star of Gladness, or Arcturus, and it's a zenith star. A zenith star is what navigators use to show the where the like, if a star goes straight above that island, then it marks that island. So Hawaii's zenith star is Hokulea.
Okay.
And so a lot of significance with that name, as a utilitarian name that reminds you of where the canoe is, where Hawaii is.
Yeah, and some of you might be thinking of the Carl's Jr. logo. It's a star with a smiley face, but it's not that Hokulea, not that happy star. It is the Star of Gladness that has many songs written about it.
Right.
Not only the star, but the canoe itself, and Uncle Boogie Kalama with one of my favorite renditions of a song tributing Hokulea.
And Hokulea is celebrating, coming up in a couple of years. Part of this voyage, it'll make its 50th birthday.
Wow!
And so we, honor all those that were a part of the voyage. Even just for this voyage alone, it's going to take 400 people.
Yeah.
They have rotating crews, so this is the 7th leg. We had mentioned that legs 1 and 2 were in Alaska. I'd mentioned my son Kahia was part of leg number 2, and just how many people it takes to make this operation go. And we're in that generation where they're passing the torch from one generation to the next. We've mentioned several of the original voyagers from Hokulea. Many of them have passed. Fortunately, many of them are still with us, including, of course, Nainoa Thompson, who was a part of the original voyage. He sailed on the canoe that went from Tahiti back to Hawaii. And then, we have a lot of folks, though, that Buffalo Keaulana is still alive. It was cool. We saw his grandson, Nolan Keaulana, who's a part of this crew. So you can see the traditions, the family, that these connections of Hokulea and the family, the Ohana.
Yeah, and it's been 28 years since Hokulea was last in San Francisco, 1995. We did have its sister ship, Hiki'anali'a, travel to San Francisco back in about exactly 5 years ago, September 2018. And that crew was Archie Kalepa, who we're thinking about on Maui, and sending a lot of aloha And thoughts and prayers to everybody that has been a part of or affected by what happened last month there.
And Hokule'a has been actively engaged with those relief efforts to Ohana on Lahaina. I know they've gone and actually been there with Hokule'a and using it to bring relief. I mean, Archie is an incredible contributor not only to Hokulea but to his community in Lahaina.
Yeah.
Beautiful tradition of sailing and a port town. San Francisco has been an incredible port town from way back when, in ancient times, even through, the gold rush of the mid-1800s.
Yeah.
And a real interesting town. Also, the tradition of whaling that has a connection to Hawaii. A lot of whalers that were coming from this region, from San Francisco and elsewhere, coming into Hawaii, and even influencing classic literature like Moby Dick.
Yeah, just amazing connection and historical reference.
Right, and so San Francisco does have that port town vibe, as you see here, and very historic. We're seeing a lot of the old buildings. They say that Honolulu and San Francisco had a lot of similarities in its early days of Honolulu and its connections.
Yeah, I've been to San Francisco now, a few times, and being on the ground there and just walking around the different piers and ports, a lot of those remind you of being in that kind of maritime zone of Honolulu.
Right. Some good clam chowder. And
oh, man, and the bread bowl. You cannot go wrong with that, bro. That is awesome, right on the ocean. And the crew now has been welcomed from the vessel to the beach, and now from the beach to a little podium area where they will be sharing with the local community. We mentioned the local tribe there, the Ramaitush Ohlone tribe, and then of course a lot of Hawaiians and different Polynesians that have migrated and now live in the San Francisco area, I'm sure, are thrilled to have the arrival of the Hokule'a and a lot of fellow Hawaiians.
Right. Looks like the wind's kicking up a little bit, which is good for the sailors.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a amazing boating community there. And of course, connecting all these different parts of the bay, these amazing engineering marvels of the Golden Gate Bridge, the Bay Bridge, and then all of the interesting architecture and, the old mixed with modern and new. Right. Just a really cool kind of time lapse that you see in the architecture and the surrounding area of San Francisco.
Yeah, and we've talked about that, Rocky. I mean, even just recently before the video piece we just watched, the importance of that this mission is a reminder to all peoples around the world to be mindful of how we treat and how we are stewards of this place that we call home, this earth that we live on, and being able to move forward into the future by looking to our traditional knowledge as ways of being inspired of how to move forward in ways that are respectful of the earth and mindful of our resources, and so a part of this mission, of course, is to do that. And as they're starting to formalize the protocols here and gather people together.
Beautiful Love for Maui shirt right there in the foreground. You see the awareness and the care for Maui reaching across the Pacific.
I mean, Lahaina, a port town also.
Correct. A lot of similarities there too. And whaling and sailing and boating and
right.
connection and former Hawaii capital.
Right. Beautiful day today. All the colors that oftentimes this place is usually monochromatic with gray as its primary color, but not today.
Yeah, just a beautiful, picturesque arrival day for the Hokulea into San Francisco.
Beautiful
crowd.
sight.
Yep, they're gathering on the bleachers now to get up close and to hear what our crew, and I'm sure especially so many folks deservedly so and rightfully so enamored with Nainoa Thompson. And I feel like he's a guy that almost every word in just being in his physical presence, the few times that I have, and also hearing him speak, on, any broadcast or any level of media outlet, like every word has such deep meaning and connection to the next word, It is like there's not a wasted breath that comes out of his mouth.
Right. I think what's incredible too is that Hokulea has made many voyages, and as I've mentioned earlier, one of the missions and purposes is to make connections with not only indigenous communities but global leaders. And it's pretty impressive if you see the resume of people that Nainoa Thompson interacts with. We talked about how they were just successful in New York City and working with the United Nations. He's personal friends with very influential people, including Dalai Lama and a lot of other very influential world leaders. We talked about how Sylvia Earle, revered marine biologist, was on Hokulea this morning and is a part of that experience. And where they were where they were in New York to sign a UN high seas treaty to legally protect marine biodiversity on the high seas, and they successfully got dozens of world leaders to sign in on that. And so I love how active Hokulea has been in a local and global scale, right? To have that, and that's a very great example of profound leadership where you can have an impact locally and globally at the same time. And it's really an honor, I think, for all people from Hawaii to be honored to know that, that Hokulea is a vessel that represents them as Hawaiians, but also to the larger world. And the impact that Hokulea is having, especially at a very timely period where the Earth really does need leaders to be advocates for it.
Well, we'd like to thank Salt and Air Studios and our KHON partners here. They're bringing us this live broadcast, all of our team here in Honolulu. Thank you. And we've got our Salt and Air Studio crew also on site in San Francisco. And MC Randy Fong will be taking it away in San Francisco. It's been great joining you. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker. We'll see you next time. Aloha.
Aloha. Beautiful Aquatic here in San Francisco. As a Bay Area community, welcome to Hokulea. My name is Randy Kamura from Kamehameha Schools in Hawaii, and I serve as a cultural advisor for the Polynesian Voyage Society. I'll be your MC this afternoon. We begin our time together by acknowledging the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula, the Ramaitush Oroni, Tribal Council Chair Jonathan Cordero. Aloha. We'd like to ask Culture Director Greg Castro to begin today's ceremony. Greg.
Shaktohi, greetings relatives. Thank you for coming today and supporting us, and supporting these incredible voyagers on a journey of healing and connection. The Ohlone people were heavily affected by the mission and colonization system. But we are still here. And I want to thank my Ohlone relatives and my other California relatives that are here to support us today and helping me greet the crew as they came in over half an hour. It was good practice for us. And thank you all for coming out and greeting these incredible indigenous culture bearers. What they say and the words they bring are what we believe, is that the earth gave birth to us and unites us all. Many have forgotten, some deny it, but there cannot be denying that truth, that we are all linked together through the earth, through the waters, and now we are called to heal that earth and waters. For many of us, that responsibility was taken away from us, or at least the attempt. But we understand our sacred obligations. We understand our sacred instructions. And that's why our ancestors sacrificed, so we can still be here to do this work that Creator gave to us at the beginning of time, to take care of the world, to take care of the land and the water, and to take care of each other. And this gathering today is all about that. I'll pass this along with a song from my Rumsen cousins. And this song is, strangely enough, the Fog song, which apparently the Fog knew I was going to sing it and decided not to show up. So we can hear each other, greet each other, bond with each other, and renew the traditions that have gone back in time immemorial. Today, as we welcome the Hokulea canoe here in San Francisco and celebrate the first 3 months of an epic 4-year Moana Nui Akea voyage, our hearts and minds are with our families on Maui. Thank you for your aloha, your prayers, your donations, your care. Really, it's the world's love and compassion for Maui. It's truly the wind that fills the sails of Hokulea. So mahalo. Beautiful Aquatic Park is a vibrant community of water enthusiasts who care about the maritime history of this special place. National Park Service Public Information Officer Dale DeWalden will share a few words. Dale.
Mahalo, Randy. And thank you, Greg Castro, Ramai Tushalone family, for setting the right tone and planting ourselves here today in this gathering. To everyone visiting today and to our distinguished guests, aloha and good afternoon. On behalf of San Francisco Maritime National Historical Park, it is my great honor to welcome each of you with us here today on the ancestral homelands of the Ramai Tushalone people, to join in extending our warmest welcome and aloha to the crew of the Hokulea. San Francisco Maritime National Historical Park, a park unit of the National Park Service, is honored to host the Hokulea, a Polynesian double-hulled voyaging canoe that carries with it the stories of ancient seafarers who traditionally navigated the vast Pacific Ocean using only the stars, the winds, and profound knowledge of the natural world. As we celebrate Hokulea's arrival here at our national park, we acknowledge and appreciate its value and connection to maritime history, reminding us all the importance of stewardship of our environment and preserving cultural traditions that stretch even far beyond the sea. This park was established in order to preserve and interpret the history and achievements of our nation's maritime heritage, especially on the Pacific coast. The story of Hokulea not only strengthens our connection to this mission, but revives the untold stories of Polynesian and Hawaiian culture and traditions, and serves as a symbol of hope, courage, and adventure. Hokulea's journey is not just a physical voyage. It is a voyage of the human spirit that is defying odds, transcending time and place, and is a testament to how the power of exploration and discovery can bring an individual to oneself and bring people together, as did Hokulea's sister canoe, Hokule'a, here at Aquatic Park back in 2018. Thank you to the Polynesian Voyaging Society, all the event organizers, and to all here joining us in celebrating this momentous occasion and experience, to learn from one another and be inspired. May Hokulea inspire us all to continue exploring and preserving the rich tapestry of our shared maritime heritage. We hope you enjoyed your afternoon. Mahalo. Thank you.
A passionate steward of this amazing place and host of our sister canoe Hokule'a back in 2018, please welcome CEO of the San Francisco Maritime National Park Association, Darlene Plumtree. Darlene.
Thank you, Randy. Well, aloha and welcome to everyone here this afternoon at the Aquatic Park. On behalf of the San Francisco Maritime National Park Association trustees and staff, I want to welcome the Hokulea and the Polynesian Voyaging Society. It has been my honor and my pleasure to work with the Polynesian Voyaging Society for the second time. When we found out that they were making a voyage down the coast, we were really delighted to welcome them here and have them here today for this wonderful multicultural event. I want to thank my partners at the National Park Service, all of the staff, the Port of San Francisco for assisting with a berth for the vessel, and making this happen today. We are honored and delighted to be part of this important celebration, and I thank you all for being here today. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Darlene. This next gentleman is a highly regarded leader and servant of this community. Please help me welcome the President of the Board of Supervisors of San Francisco, Mr. Aaron Peskin. Mr. Peskin.
Thank you, Randy. Nainoa Thompson, Captain Blankenfeld, to the crew, to Dr. Earl, to the First Peoples on both sides of the Pacific. It is this body of water that unites us. The bay that stands behind me is a third smaller than it was when the missions were first established in what is now Northern California. Many of the people here from the South End Rowing Club and the Dolphin Club swim, as do I, every morning in the bay's not so cold waters anymore. That breakwater used to be covered in starfish. Today, there's not a single starfish left on that breakwater. The Hokulea inspires us. It inspires us to know that there is a different way that we can all come together from Hawaii all along the Pacific, the 43,000 nautical miles that the Hokulea will be traversing, all of those countries, all of those first peoples, all of those countries can come together to meet the imperative that we are now facing. And it is in that spirit that on behalf of the City and County of San Francisco that we welcome you and thank you for spreading that message all around the world. On behalf of the City and County of San Francisco, welcome.
Mahalo, Mr. Peskin. With us today in spirit is California State Governor Gavin Newsom. Allow me at this time to read a special proclamation on his behalf. The Moana Nui Akea, a journey to ignite a movement of 10 million planetary navigators who will pursue critical and inspiring voyages to ensure a better future for the Earth, arrives today at Aquatic Park in San Francisco. As we welcome the Polynesian canoe Hokule'a to the California coast, we join with the first Californians to call the bay their home in recognizing the crew members in their successful voyage across the ocean. In recent times, Polynesian people have embarked on ocean voyages using ancient forms of vessel and navigation to raise awareness of both their traditions and environmental threats to the ocean and islands they call home. The Polynesian Voyaging Society, Hokule'a, the organizer of Moana Nui Akea, has been a leader in this effort since 1976. In 2011, the Pacific Voyagers fleet of 7 replica waka arrived in San Francisco from New Zealand, Aotearoa, completing a journey designed to put a human face on those most impacted by growing problems like overfishing, pollution, and ocean acidification, and confront some 3 billion people in the Pacific Rim nations and Pan-Pacific Islands who depend on the ocean, as National Geographic reported. In 2018, the state now welcomes the Hokule'a. In 2018, the Hikianalia, sister to the Hokule'a, arrived here in that same spirit. The Golden State now welcomes the Hokule'a, her courageous crew, and the opportunity to reflect on their important message. Located near the traditional village of Petlenuk, the area of Aquatic Park has benefited from the stewardship of the Ohlone since time immemorial. From the beginning, the Ohlone supported a rich economy through sustainable management of the ocean, its bounty, and the land's diverse ecosystem. The Ohlone peoples and other First Californians continue to this day to rely on traditional knowledge gathered over thousands of years of observing, experiencing, and shaping the natural cycles of this land to manage their resources. As we face the threat of climate change and the reality of year-round wildfires, these knowledges are guiding California's development of mitigating environmental policies and practices. All who experience the California coast recognize it is a natural treasure whose breathtaking scenery has inspired generations of artists, authors, dreamers, and sightseers. Californians' love of the coast has played an important role in making our state a world leader in the movement to protect oceans and other natural resources from pollution. With the arrival of the Hokule'a, we recognize the value of our natural ecosystems, the oceans, and traditional knowledge, and affirm our commitment to inspiring successive generations of youth to build a better, brighter future for all. Now, therefore, I, Gavin Newsom, Governor of the State of California, do hereby proclaim September 24, 2023 as Moana Nui Akea Welcome Day in the state of California. How about a round of applause? Governor Gavin Newsom. Mahalo anui loa.
Ika hoi, e pai atu I ta aina la, e pai mai la I ta aina e au e uahiti e. Au e uahiti e o molele e. Au e uahiti e. E le kawa I ke kai e hokele wala ino e, au e puluwanui e. Au e uahiti e. E lau hoi mai ka waa I ke ka. Ika hoi, e pai atu I ta aina la, e pai mai la I ka aina e au e uahiti e. Holo I ke kai. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi. Holo I ka I. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi. Hoi I ke kai. Kue, kue. Kue, kue. Ia waa Hokulea. Ia ka waa. Ia Hokulea ku. Holo I ke kai. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi. Holo I ka I. Hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi. Hoi I ke kai. Kue,
gentlemen, the crew of the Hokule'a. At this time, we invite Polynesian Voyage Society leader, boat navigator, and one of Hawaii's extraordinary watermen, Captain Bruce Blankenfeld, to introduce the members of the Hokule'a crew. Captain Bruce.
This crew is part of a few hundred crew members that we have for helping us make this longer journey. And we're so, they're amazing people. Starting in the front right over here is Aina Paikai. We have Kahivi Hoku. Kiki Kamalu. Kelly Takinaga, Negua Kamalu, Soko Ulata, Salani Kahayogi, Omi Dean, Mike Cunningham, Jason Medeiros, and our captain, Noah Thompson. Another round of applause for our crew as they take their seats. On their behalf, we just say hallelujah to this amazing community. And now our senior boat navigator and Polynesian Voyaging Society CEO. He's distinguished himself as a global leader in the indigenous science of traditional Pacific navigation, that is, navigating without modern instruments, using only the stars and wind and currents as did our ancestors. He has brought the canoe here today to San Francisco to uplift indigenous knowledge and to amplify the urgent call for action to restore our oceans and help heal the planet. Please welcome Mr. Nainoa Thompson. Sometimes I find myself where it's difficult to express how you feel. It's certainly one of those times. What I feel the most is a lot of aloha for all of you that took the time to be here on this day. Because you're here, it helps us understand that there's value in our work based on our beliefs. And because sometimes it gets pretty dark out there. The challenges before us seem like storms we'll never get through. But when you see people come together, you always have a chance. So the Bay Area people, Sausalito and San Francisco, mahalo on behalf of our whole crew. When it comes difficult to express how you feel, it's when you get greeted by a Pacific Islander that chooses their home to be here, from our home. You know, there's a term that the world knows is called Polynesia, but really, it's Moana Nui Akea. Moana Nui Akea is known throughout all of the Polynesian islands, the 10 million square miles. That's larger than 3 times the continental United States. And that if you exclude the landmass of Aotearoa, add up all the other tiny islands, it's 600 times more water than land. It's an ocean place. And so when there is a Polynesian that comes here to be with us
we feel like we're in our family. And family is something that we protect. It's something that we love. And I do want to thank all the leadership that we have here that would allow us the permission to be here with you today. And I really want to thank the Ohlone. Essentially, if they did not give us permission, we wouldn't come in. Because that is a statement of respect to them that have been here 10, 12,000 years. What I heard today is said, welcome home. We're just across the water. One family that needs to come together. And I do want to thank all the people that work so hard, the hundreds. I kind of run away when I look at the emails and the texts. It just took so much coordination to take an idea of a voyaging canoe to come into an aquatic park as if it means something. And I do want to pick out Michael. Where are you? Michael Oberon, he is like the genius and the coordinator of all this. I mean, he does Super Bowl events. But he was tireless, and we thank his family for giving him to us for months on end to make this day happen. Michael, thank you. Moana Nui Akea is our most recent voyage. On this voyage, we will cross 50 years of this canoe sailing. We'll cross 300,000 miles in the next 47 miles. Moana Nui Akea is a time to help us understand, and I will say this, and you could disagree, but it's our belief that student navigators, and by the way, you know, I'm not a master navigator. I'm still in kindergarten. What's important to know and to say and to respect the fact that when this canoe was launched 48 years ago, us guys in Hawaii did not know anything. We didn't know a name of a star, a direction of the wind. We didn't know what a star compass was. We didn't know what a sheet line was. And so my point is, everything that we do now was taught by extraordinary teachers. Top of the list is P.I. Luke. Mau, from a tiny island called Satawal in the Western Carolines. It's 1.25 miles long, it's half a mile wide. The highest dirt is 8 feet. And the Spanish and the Germans and Japanese and Americans had no interest in Satawal because it had no lagoons, had no military needs. And so they left the school alone. It's called Woriang, the most powerful school in navigation in the world. And Mao is a master because he lives in the realm of magic. That his relationship to nature and to the ocean is about oneness. There is no difference about the lightning and Mao, or the bird and Mao, or the wave and Mao. It's the same thing. And that is what we sail for, that connection to nature, because you cannot protect what you don't understand. And you won't do it if you don't care. And Moana Nui Akea is the third equation. You can't do it by yourself. You got to connect. So when we set off on this voyage, maybe you want to know, why did we come to the Pacific Northwest first? Because of you, the native people. We want to learn what is the relationship and the balance that we knew in the past for thousands of years that allowed families to thrive and to strive and keep the environment in balance. And that was the same thing that Mao is. That the eagle and the raven and the killer whale
The family names are a clear attachment of who we are as human beings to the natural world. So for 12,000 years, 14,000 years, we came here because we wanted to be close to the people, to learn from the people that were closest to the ocean the longest. Thank you. Moana Nui Akea is not a choice, it's an obligation. I will make these comments and you may not agree with them, it's okay. But I don't believe there'll ever be any healthy living system on the earth if the oceans are not healthy. I believe you kill the oceans, you kill our children's future. We could choose to stay home. This is by far the longest and the most dangerous voyage we'll ever take. And the question is it going to be worth it? And it's hard to answer that question. You got to go. The last 4 months, we traveled from Yakutat, Alaska, 60 degrees north, 2/3 of the way to the North Pole. Hubbard Glacier was there. Only 2 of the glaciers amongst the thousands in Alaska that is advancing. The rest are not. And we went there and came south through British Columbia and then into the United States. And this leg here was from Tacoma to San Francisco. And we knew that this would be statistically the most dangerous passage. Your coastline off here, this coast. Because our perception as students of navigation, you only know where you are by memorizing where you come from, but you got to memorize in nature. So we're constantly watching that horizon. Your ocean is alive all the time. Your ocean is changing all the time. And we were really concerned about this lake, even though it was only 800 miles, that we weren't prepared for it. That we could captain canoes, we can't pilot them. And so it was a dangerous trip that had to get us to here. But one thing that we learned deeply, in your fog for 40 hours is a little intimidating, by the way. Yeah. And you learn to become humble. That's when you have a chance of permission to talk to nature. And we pay respect to this ocean here. And we're grateful to the Miwok that when we snuck in, we didn't want to spend another night out at sea because the weather changes so much. So we snuck into underneath the Golden Gate Bridge around midnight, and the Miwok were there to greet us in Sausalito. And then and today for the Oloni to give us permission to be on this land. And they talked about today about we're still here. You're not just still here. You're necessary for us to figure out the code. We need to figure out how are we going to live our lives differently in relationship with the natural world. You guys know how to do this. And you've been tested more than I have, more than many, many people maybe in this audience. You were tested when your 14,000 years of tradition was taken away. You were tested when the brutality of the last 250 years. You're not just here, you're strong. And that we came to the British Columbia, Alaska, and this part of Pacific Northwest to learn from you. And what we found was, the thing that I would just summarize is that in the end, it seems that the equation of 29 different communities we went to, the equation's the same. Love. Love of home, love of family, and the love of your children's future. Basic, simple. And that the choice is by every communities was that we are going to use our ancient traditions to help us find the way. So we're deeply grateful for all of those who allowed this voyage to take place. Moana Nui Akea, for me, I go into these bouts of, I guess, depression. When we look at every single media story, maybe not every. When we got TVs in Hawaii when I was a kid, it was black and white, 3 channels. They turned it off at 10 o'clock at night. The only thing that made me come home before sunset was 2 heroes. Carl Sagan, that took me to the cosmos, and Jacques Cousteau, that took me below the ocean. They made me fall in love with nature. The danger now is, what do our children see on their telephones and on their iPads? What do they see? And my concern is, and we're seeing it in Hawaii with the impact on children, primarily their mental and emotional and spiritual health, that the stories are always about reasons why you should be afraid of nature. Wrong. Yes, it feels like we're in the black of the storm, but I believe we can beat the crisis of climate. We can beat the crisis of biodiversity loss. We can win the challenge of sustainability if we do one primary thing: come together. And what we need is the navigator. What we need is the navigator to allow us to understand, a person that deeply understands nature, that spends a lifetime connecting with communities, donates everything of her life into wildlife, into nature, with the understanding we will not survive unless they do. And so that navigator, I asked her to come here. Kind of begged her to come. Because in the black of the storm, she has a flashlight to show humanity the way out. That flashlight is from her heart and her mind and her love for something so deeply that she'll fight for it for generations and generations. That great navigator that I believe I follow and I learn and I get in the wake of her work. And it's the premier, in my opinion, expert on the ocean and the atmosphere. Same thing as water. But it's her fierceness and dedication to something that is so inspiring. I will follow her forever. Dr. Sylvia Earle.
Thank you, Nainoa, for that generous introduction. I think we will be going in circles because I follow you. Talk about a navigator who is, if one person could be said to bringing all of us together here now, it's you, Nainoa. And you as Nainoa portrayed, we in the 21st century are witnesses to a remarkable change in the nature of nature in our home, Earth. We are witnessing a decline of almost every species that you can think of, except us. We continue to prosper. At what cost? We're consuming nature. We always have. It's in the nature of all creatures to consume the world around them. Birds do it, fish do it, sharks do it. We consume the natural world, but no species has done so much so fast, mostly bringing about fundamental changes in ocean chemistry, planetary temperature in the last 2 centuries. Now, when you think about it, that view that astronauts have shared with us of Earth from space, the world is blue, but most importantly, perhaps, this is home for all of us. You could say all of us, every human who's ever lived, every creature who has ever lived. For as long as Earth has had life, we're all indigenous to Earth.
Kamehameha Schools champions every Hawaiian learner to explore their potential to lead our lahui and inspire the world. Hanai ike keiki ola ka lahui. Nurture the child and the lahui thrives.
This is our Vahipana. This is the home of our spirituality. This is who we are. If we don't take care of places like Ulupo or other heiaus or other cultural sites for that matter, if we don't bring back and revitalize it, then we as a culture are going to lose it. To see the generations after myself continuing culture in some way, that's the most precious thing, because again, we are nobody if we don't keep our culture.
Moana Nui Akea, I see it as the ocean of the great expanse, and there's no boundaries. It's not tied to the lines that are drawn on our typical maps today. This is bigger than that, deeper than that. It's home, it's family, and it's a real deep source of pride for me.
You carry your home, you carry your ancestors with you when you travel, because they're always with us regardless of where we're going. So to introduce myself, my land, and my ancestors to this new land that I'm coming to, it's very important, but it's also the right thing to do, and it's the right way to start off the conversation.
Populations, the cultures, the truly deep knowledge that comes from having a relationship with a place for a long time. Bravo to all of you who have that gift of being in touch with history. We need to respect that knowledge. truly the wisdom that comes by knowing your place, knowing the birds, knowing the fish, knowing the cycles of life. And at the same time, we're armed with the 21st century technologies that enable us to go high in the sky. And I have been privileged to go deep in the sea. I have the pleasure of having discussions with Nainoa about what's under the canoe. All those creatures that precede all of us by a very long time. What wisdom do they have that we can take and engulf and embrace to help us navigate from this point in time which is dangerous for us? Climate change, it's real, it's happening, and we're the cause of this rapid change in ocean and planetary chemistry, temperature. We've witnessed and we will witness, if we keep on the same trajectory without navigating with the wisdom that we have available to us, we're going to lose 1 million species by the end of this century, unless we take to heart this moment in time. We are witnesses of decline, tipping points in the wrong direction. We need to tip in the right direction. We need to have a turning point, and that's what this voyage celebrates. Just follow the leadership, the people around the Pacific, around the world, who have the wisdom, those elder cultures, if you will, that can share those newcomers about how do we get from where we are to a better place. We need to respect nature, treat the ocean as if our lives depend on it, because they do. I want to thank all of those of you here, because each of you can help with this journey. We must. No one, not even Nainoa, as powerful, as wise as he is, cannot do it alone. Everybody can do something. When you ask, what can I do? I say, look in the mirror. What can you do? I can't tell you who you are. I don't know what your superpower is, but you've got it. Every child comes with something that sets him or her apart. Every one of us, no matter, every cat, every dog, every tuna, every shark, every bird, every tree, we're all different, but we all live on this planet. Our future can be an enduring future in harmony with nature. Well, no one could do it all. Everybody can do something. And as we've been hearing with all that you've heard today, this is the time. We need to come together. We need to use our superpowers, whatever they are, to navigate the safe future. Thank you.
Hello, Mike Kako. You know, the duty of coming together, to remember this day in San Francisco, this 47-month voyage, Sylvia's correct, it's about making connections and finding those who believe in the same destination and navigate by the same values. So what we're going to do now is simply just sign. It's called a declaration, but it's much more than that. It's promises. Promises to nature.
And it's going to be the connecting the Polynesian Voyage Society with Sylvia and the Mission Blue, because we can't do it ourselves. And what Sylvia does for us, it lets us sail and make connections, and she brings so much wisdom. So permit us just to quickly sign this declaration, and we're going to ask the Ohlone leadership to please sign also, because we're in your place. And we're honored if you would.
As chair of the Ramaytush Ohlone, the original peoples of the San Francisco Peninsula, including the Yelamu, what we now call San Francisco, it is my honor, our honor, to be the first Native tribe to sign this proclamation that reaffirms our commitment to preserving, protecting, and restoring the blue heart of our Earth Mother, a commitment, by the way, that Native peoples have been practicing for millennia.
Wasihim, Araba Chitiohuan, 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 Wasihim.
Please express your appreciation for the unity around the commitments to nature. Nainoa Thompson, Dr. Sylvia Earle, Jonathan Cordero of our Ramaytush Ohlone, Greg Castro, our Cultural Director. Thank you all. Okay, well, now at this time we're going to transition again into some of our performances. To do that, we're going to take advantage of this moment when we have these wonderful people on stage, and we're going to actually take a photo. And this is your chance to go ahead and catch this group. I'm going to have you stand and just go ahead and get yourselves in order so we can remember this moment. I would even ask if you could come up further. Maybe even, yeah, that's perfect, like that. We have crew to stand in the back. Okay, we'll be here for just a few moments. If you want to take a shot, you can. This is a historical moment, and we're going to seize it so that our grandchildren will remember. And shortly, we'll be clearing the stage and getting ready for our first performance. Maybe another 10, 20 seconds. Some of you have lei or little things you want to present to our crew. We're going to be sending them up into the reserve section shortly.
So this is what the models think should be happening up in the jet stream at current time. We're here. This is Juneau right here, just for point of reference. So the trip going to go through Southern Lynn, down into Ancun. Ancun's right here, and then Petersburg is here, then Wrangell, and then Ketchikan's down here. So for this afternoon, we're looking at widespread 20 to 25 knots. With those, you'll typically see seas around 5 foot, anywhere 4 to 5 foot seas through the inner channels. But the good thing is that will be diminishing through tonight. So this is tonight. By midnight, we're looking at winds around 15 knots out of the south, seas 2 to 3 foot.
How confident are you on the timing?
Fairly confident. At this close in time, we really have the forecast catered in. For this scenario in particular, our confidence is pretty high.
We're honored to be here this evening to see you all. We know we all come from different lands, and for that reason, it's exciting to see all of us stand here as one people, with respect, with love, and care for one another.
One of the elders said, "I'm so grateful that you came. I'm so grateful that Hokulea came, because you're bringing our culture back to life. You're making our youngsters want to know more about their culture. You're making our families come back together." If we continue to do that and learn and grow and continue to shed light on Indigenous knowledge and on culture, I think that's the positive things, because we're going to start seeing these positive effects that start happening.
Moana Nui Akea is an incredibly powerful reminder and manifestation of our ancestors' vision of being good relatives, being good to each other, taking care of each other, making progress for the next 10,000 years and the 10,000 years after that.
Walking into this room today, I had no idea how much spirit is in here, how much mana is in here, how much power is in this room. You will be the ones that will help humanity, because fundamentally, yes, they need your story, but what humanity needs, it needs your strength. Hokulea needs your strength. We need your strength. I am not asking, I'm begging. Be with us. Let us take your stories. Let us take your home and show the world another way. But more importantly, show the light and strengthen the most incredible human movement of human history ever, to restore our only island that we have, and we call it Earth. On behalf of Hokulea, I can find the strength too, just to say, we love you all. Mahalo.
Our job is to connect on the assumption that we are from one family and we share the same values and the same responsibility for the future security of our children. And so I think it's all about timing, and I think the timing's right. I don't know what's the outcome's going to be in 47 months. But I do know the outcomes would be in 47 months. Nothing if we didn't go.
I think this is more of an introspective and deeper kind of fabric of the Pacific, knowing that we are all very closely related in not only cultural practice, but in the way that we take care of our resources and survive off of them, and how we come from these resources. Like, these places are our ancestors, the canoes are our ancestors, this is our genealogy.
We start here, and we just keep connecting, and what we need to do is go from here and just keep building that larger family and do it generationally. And our gift would be to share the world, share the family, share the earth with young people, inspire them, and get them the tools to create the change we seek that we couldn't achieve.
Start off our tributes. We had the great honor of having them receive us in 2018 when Hikianalia arrived. And you know, the spirit that we feel in Hawaii when we intone the chants of our people, we felt that here. And that's because there's so much in our language about who we are and what we believe, and those ancestral messages are sort of, they're kept beautifully and they're protected within words. And then to hear those words intoned, no matter where you are on the earth, it seems like our people, our ancestors manifest whenever those words are spoken, or they're sung, or they're chanted, whether there's 1,000 people or whether you're by yourself, missing home. And you chant, and you sing, and those things become real. Under the direction of Kumuhula Shauna Alapa'i, please welcome to the stage Halau na Pua Hokulea.
We have a lay presentation for the Hokule'a. E kalamai, huli kako. Imua. This is one lay meant to adorn the Hokule'a when you go back on board. Mahalo. Aloha ka ko. We are halau hula napua o kala'akea. And we had an auntie that came from Maui and brought tea leaves and made these tea leaf leis from Maui. So it's so special, and I will give this to the Hokule'a at the end of our performance. Mahalo. In the tradition of Auntie Maiki, are you late? And my kumu Auntie May Kama Malu Klein. We are going to offer a portion of our dressing ceremony. And I will ask for a kalamai. We did not have time to go pick real. And we want to always preserve our nature, our aina, so the energy is the same. And this is our offering to all of you. Kelei maila o kaulahi ke kaie, ke malama lama o ni iau wa mali. Amalie pa ka inu maila, ke inu maila, na hala o na we I ke kai. No na we ka hala, no puna ka wahine, no kalua, no ikilawea po'o. Our first hula offering is Hemele Hawaii. This is a hula that has been passed down from Lokalea Montgomery, and in that moku auhau of Auntie Maiki and Auntie May. And this mele speaks about the first sighting of the islands of Hawaii upon the migration. And these words, it is said, were uttered as the eyes looked upon the Hawaiian Islands. The skies were lit red from the volcano, lava flowing down upon the land and into the kai, the ocean. Such a beautiful sight. And luckily we got to see that not long ago. So, Hemele Hawaii. Ma koko. Ai, Hemele Hawaii. Eia Hawaii, ahe moku, ahe kanaka, ahe kama, ahe kama na kahiki, he puali mai kapa'ahu, he kanaka Hawaii, mai moa ula nui, a kea o kanaloa e kanaka Hawaii e ahe mo puna, ahe mo puna na kahiko, laua o kapulana ke e hau, he kanaka Hawaii e ahe. He ala, no kahiko. Mahalo. So I don't usually do this, but I'm going to today. I would like to offer a hula to all of you. As a halal, we have been focused on Maui and Lahaina, also Kula, and the land of Maui that was lit ablaze. So we have been offering our pule ever since for the waters to be restored, for Lahaina to be restored to her splendor and glory of the days of old. So with this hula, we call upon Kane to allow his kino lau to moisten the lands, revive and revitalize the springs, so that Lahaina can be rebirthed. With this hula called Au'aia, we encourage all Indigenous people, especially the residents of Lahaina, to hold fast. Dig in deep and hold fast to your land, to what is yours rightfully, to the waters, and all things Hawaiian. Au'aia e hamai kona moku, o kona moku e kamai au'ai, o ke kama 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 I kahuli oge kama 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 I kahuli Hulihia papio a ilalo ikea Hulihia I ka imu O ka na ia I o hula hula Ka ia ka lihi Me ka upenau Kua hui huani ani Me ka uoni Olani Ola Okay, ave ai hu ai a u ai au ai e kama e kona moku o kona moku e kama e u ai okay kama 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 I ka hole no ke kama 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 I ka huli yo huli hia papi o ai la lo I ke alo huli I ka imu o ka na ia ki o hula hula ka ia ka lihi Me ka upena kua hui huani ani me ka uoni olani ola a o ke ave ai hu ai a lahia Nana I hala pepe I a honua o ka moku I hale ia e ke kiu velo Ka puko velo lohea kanaloa Ewe Hei noa no kanaloa Iruna paparani o maunaro huan Umera ni ta o marunei I ari I ta honua ura ura Kapu kapu a te atmotu ho I atura Ho I ta hiti ho e atunari Mai pau mai no te tua motu Te tua motura na heo te atua Te tua Tahiti, Tahiti, Tahitina Te tua Tahiti, Tahiti, Tahitina Maua tu tapiko, tapiko te ari I e Hoi Mahalo So they're going to run and change We're going to end with a hula awana for Maui. And just like to share a little bit about Maui and what my connection is to the island of Maui. So I was born and raised on Oahu, Kailua girl, all the way. I danced with the Brothers Casimiro and at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel. Yeah, that was me, one of the two girls. And for 3 summers in a row, we went to Maui, and we lived in the Sheraton in Ka'anapali, and we performed there at the Black Rock. So I got to know Maui really well. I made some really beautiful connections, and just love her. And so I loved Maui so much that I decided to move there. Thank you, Peggy. Yeah, maybe you can gather. Yeah. So I moved to Maui in 1984. I'm going to date myself. And I really don't tell people this a lot. I was Miss Maui in 1985. And but it was such an honor to represent that island for that year that I was Miss Maui. And in 1989 is when I moved up to San Francisco. But I still feel so pili with Maui, and of course my friends who are my ohana. I lost a dear friend in the fire, and it was so hard. It's so hard to imagine the horror that these people felt. So we try to focus now on Mahalo Kumukau'i. We focus now on the Au, the light that we as a world is shining upon Maui and her people to be restored once again. So my motto, if you know me on Facebook, you know I'm all about restoration, our culture, and the animals. So I call for restoration for Maui, for Lahaina to be restored to her splendor, for the waters to be released back to her, to create the ahupua'a that once was there, and that fed all the people and cared for the people, and for Malama Aina, they cared for La Aina as well. So it can be done. I believe this. This is my calling for everyone. And so, Imua. So we're going to finish with a hula awana. Can you pull these back, please, so they can dance? Thank you. This is Puamana. I'm using the lovely recording from Our Lady of Mele, Faith Ako. Many of you know her, and so happy to be associated with her. So I would like to offer this oli first, calling upon the waters and the waters of life into life to be restored. Kavaila he vaiola yola hoi e ho mai he au ola yola hoi eli kapu eli noa.
Alo
Ladies and gentlemen, kumuhula shana alapai, halauhula na pua o kala'akea. Mahalo anui. Beautiful, thank you for your tribute. Mahalo. How about another round of applause? Mahalo anui. So we'll just now prepare for our next tribute, which is extra special. It's something we don't see all of the time. But we will see it here today because of the love of the people of Samoa. The vibrant people of Samoa. They are the elder cousins of Kanaka Maoli, of Native Hawaiians. Hokule'a has traveled throughout Manua, Tutuila, Upolu, and has great respect for our Samoa elders. Today we are deeply honored to have High Chief Muangutu Ti'a Le'apai, Ryan T. Anoa'i, and the National Samoan Chiefs Council, Samoan Tatau Association, and the Atamai Dance Academy to pay tribute to Hokule'a. Malo.
A few respectful words in our native tongue. E momo no taina lwaya fei pe or fetalenga yutu malama. A wao fai fo mai monga le sau malunga I momo e pe or feklenga I le mali atoa. Momo na vi averve inga marfaftai le tapa au le langi. A wawali tia le menei lo na lofa ma lo na anga le lei. Leo kau mai le vanga kiu, kau mai le vanga kau. Ao lo lango pea, ao lo lango pea va le ngā whaafo lau. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Samoan Chiefs Council of San Francisco, and Samoan ancestry that have made this city our home away from home, we'd like to welcome our Polynesian cousins from Hawaii, the Hokulea, under the Honorable Ali'i Va'a Nanai Thompson. It is an honor for us to be here amongst you. We are proud that you are protecting and preserving our Polynesian voyage culture, customs and traditions, and also honoring our ancestors as their contributions to the world in the Polynesian voyage, in such things as the concept of the catamaran and the following of the stars and the currents, to be able to travel the Pacific highways and the Pacific Ocean. We honor you and we thank you It is customary for the Samoans to present a traditional gift on behalf of the Samoan chiefs. Our president, High Talking Chief, High Chief Tua Tangaloa Malepeai, was not able to be with us today, and we would like to honor you with a traditional presentation which is fitting of a king or of a high chief, and at this time is fitting for our Li'iva'a, Nainoa Thompson, the Honorable Captain, and the Honorable crew. So we would like to present you with this gift, which is representative of the Sua. Me leo te whapea tuai lau susunga le Li'iva'a Nainoa Thompson, o le atam whai atu le Nua Matai, San Francisco, I le whatamali'i. Alo maia, o le atam whai atu, ka awhiri e lea. Ia, o le whatamali'i lea lau sunga Thompson, le la fo watu. My apologies. If we can have Thompson sit right here and we'll come to you, sir. One thing that many of our Polynesian cousins and some of us that are misconstrued our culture is when we present a gift, we would like to alert the village by the chant, which is a fa'umu. It's a very sacred chant in the Polynesian culture. You don't just do it freely. And these are one of the times that we do the fa'umu, when we present a high chief or an honorable member of our community. Nainoa Thompson, o lo whatamali'i lea, o lea fau watu, o le suinga. O iei le suinga te save kala meleke la e palangi. Just a little translation. Usually it's a green coconut with the soft jelly. We all know how sweet that is. Given to the high chief. In this case, we've represented with wine from Napa. In this case, we also have the siapo, which is, we've also replaced that with the lava fabric, enough for the crew. We also, which is the la e le ia palangi. Leo fo watu fo ile laulau, maona te hunga masani, which is a humble meal for the high chief Nainoa, which consists of fa'avela fa'auli, marka pai pai, which is a taro luau, and a chicken from the ta'a pai pai, which is around your pai pai. In this case, crackers and a corned beef. Hey, listen, man, and then we'd also like to present Lesua Talisua. Ave umaleongo ke me kas. Take it out of the bag. Sorry, these children have born here in San Francisco. We talk about overfishing our waters in the South Pacific, in the whole of the Pacific. I'm sorry to say that this tuna was processed and packed in American Samoa. So therefore, this is something humble for the crew. We also provide, I know it's a long journey, and you probably ran out of the kava, so we also have some kava for you. Take it out of... Oh, tele... And now your new title amongst the Samoans of San Francisco, High Chief Nainoa Thompson Olofa Sololea. God bless you and the crew. We also want to present this fine mat, which used to be our cryptocurrency. It's not a mat that you lay on your living room, please. It's a gift. As you can see, a lot of work has gone into this by the elder ladies of a village, not the village here in San Francisco, but in the islands. So we would like to present this to you and your crew. Go ahead. Ia, e whamarulu atu pa i o Samoa pe i se upu o sasi po te tala fo'i wale tau tonu i whingalo. Ia e maru ave i whale whingalo. Pa i o Samoa lo o poto mai nei asu. Ia wa whātulou tau pa ia ma tau mamalu. Pa ia mai le vau e o i whavau. Ia e whaiale leo whātau waa o lea pai. E whai ma whonga moli o tatu atu nuu. Wau maru mpapa au i nei. E nei whangaloa. Ia na alo se upu ia manuia le au waa manuia lau sunga Nainoa Thompson malu malu le au waa o le asola upu a te maloa o le pai. May God bless you on your return and your journey. And if you have an available seat, Talking Chief Lepai will take that seat as long as I get my permit stamped by the lady behind me. I would also like to introduce a few members of the Samoan Tatau Association. Would you like to step forward? Our goal is to provide awareness and cultural to our young. Let them know that through the Tatau, that the Samoan Tufunga has presented the malu for the ladies and the sungai miti for the young men, usually the sons of chiefs and the sons of high chiefs and the daughters of high chiefs. This is a way of passage for them, but they need to learn the culture and all, and this is all part of our Polynesian culture. I don't want to take away from today. We honor you, Nainoa Thompson, Samoan Tatau Association. We would like to have a photo opportunity with you if you can, sir. Thank you, everyone, for entertaining us today from the National Samoan Chiefs Council of San Francisco Bay Area, Whawhetai Maia Manuia. Can we also have the crew up here, too? I know it's been a long journey. But we'd like to ask if you would mind joining us. I'm only a talking chief. I still have to report to the elder chiefs, and they want me to get a picture with the honorable.
Yeah. Uti whaatalo whaatu I le paia mana mamalu le tatou awhiare nei aso mai le tai sama-sama o tui manua. Se I pa ia re maota li tamaitai o na whanua. Too low, too low, too low na lava. My name is Reno Anawai. I'm the creative director, and we're proud to present Atamai Cultural Arts Academy, which was founded at the beginning of this year in order to join in the efforts to preserve our Polynesian cultural arts through the art of Siva. And at this time, I'm going to call a few of our representatives today. We're going to do a short medley for you, sisters. Our sisters are going to do a short medley for the beautiful community here. Sisters, you guys can go ahead and place your popos. Traditionally, the island nations of Samoa have adopted Christianity into our homes. So on Sunday, we have adopted it as our Sabbath. We consider today sacred. So we would traditionally end with a tawalunga, but today we'll be performing 3 songs that will try to cultivate an idea of what that would look like. The first song is Pe'a Luluina. It's talking about how some of our Polynesian culture is being stripped and dying, but we are here today to preserve it. And this is a perfect example through the Hokule'a. The second song, Tala Mai Lelangi, is talking about Tala I Lelangi, opening the heavens. And that's what we're going to hope to do with that second number. And the third last short number is Avi'i. Usually, traditionally, the Taupo and Manaya would perform to their village's Vi'i. But since we don't do Tawalungas on Sunday, we're going to perform to one of our Vi'is that our dance sisters come from. So without further ado, brother, you guys ready, sisters? Sorry, DJ, can we turn that up just a little bit and then can we run it back, please? Thank you. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Atamai Cultural Arts. Atamai, Atamai. Yo, yo, mano lava la sasa, mano lava la sasa. Yo.
Malolo Valasasa. Samoa. Ifu. Kangon Popo. Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't leave here today without honoring Hokule'a and our family from Hawaii, from the Kingdom of Tonga. So on behalf of Pacific Islander Community Partnership, which is a nonprofit organization here in the Bay Area that has youth programming, we have with us today these beautiful ladies from Fo'ui and Niua in the Kingdom of Tonga. They'll be performing a number that was taught by Seini Kaufusi, which is one of the long-standing Miss Tawalunga teachers here. If you guys are familiar with Miss Tawalunga in the Kingdom of Tonga, she has sent ladies from the Bay Area, and they have won for over 7 years Miss Tawalunga. She is keeping the Kingdom of Tonga alive here in the Bay Area. So without further ado, we have an alumni of our youth programming, our Polynesian Cultural Enrichment Summer Program, and one of our participants from Fo'ui and Niua. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Tonga.
Go!
Tonga.